Okay. As usual, we're all gathered here today to listen to another exposition of the Lord Buddha's teaching. Before we commence today's sermon, let us all take a moment to remind ourselves of how extremely fortunate we are to be in receipt of the Buddha's teaching, to consider him our teacher, our master, and to remain his lifelong students till the end of suffering, till the end of samsara. Reflecting on that, considering and recognizing the gravity of our fortunes, let us take a moment to pledge our allegiance to the Lord Buddha as his disciples by reciting the Dhirasa Vikata Mohasa stanzas as they will appear on screen now. So please be upstanding and recite all together and along with me. Dhirassa Vigata Mohassa Pabhinna Khilassa Vijita Vijayassa Anighassa Susama Chittassa Buddha Silassa Sadhu Panyassa Vesantarassa Vimalassa Bhagavato Tassa Savako Hamasmi Akatanka Tusitassa Vantalokamissassa Muditassa Kata Samanassa Manujassa Antima Sarirassa Narassa Anopamassa Virajassa Bhagavato Tassa Savako Hamasmi Asansayassa Kulassa Venayikassa Sarati Varassa Anuttarassa Ruchira Dhammassa Nikhankassa Pabhasakarassa Manachidassa Virassa Bhagavato Tassa Savako Hamasmi Asansayassa Kulassa Venayikassa Sarati Varassa Anuttarassa Ruchira Dhammassa Nikhankassa Pabhasakarassa Manachidassa Virassa Bhagavato Tassa Savako Hamasmi Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Please repeat all together and after me. to seek refuge in the Noble Triple Gem and observe the precepts before we begin today's sermon. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami, Sarana-gamanang sampunnang, Panatipata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami, Adinnādāna veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami, Kāmesu micchāchārā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami, Musāvādā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami, Suramēraya majjapamādatthānā veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami, Tisaranena saddhiṃ pañcasīlaṃ dhammang sādhukang surakkhitāṃ kattvā appamādena sampādeta. Okay, you may all now be seated. Also, before we commence today's sermon, let us take a moment to invite the countless beings who we have come past in samsara, the countless beings who will have always been by our side to help, support and assist us on various occasions in this infinitely long journey that we have come in samsara. We are today presented with an opportunity to repay debts that we owe them by offering them the gift that excels all gifts. So let us make use of this opportunity to invite them to join us. Let us present to them the opportunity to witness this meritorious deed and rejoice in the merits, such that if any of them have been born in woeful planes, may these merits help them to redeem themselves and be born in the blissful plane. May they listen to the teaching of the Buddha and understand it, comprehend it, and may they all attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So as I now make this invitation, I ask you to extend that invitation with gratitude and compassion towards all those beings in this 10,000 world systems, inviting them to join us, inviting them to witness this meritorious deed, inviting them to listen to the teaching of the Great Master, and inviting them to make use of this opportunity to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Samanta Chakravalesu Atra Gaccantu Devata Saddhammang Munirajassa Sunantu Sagga Mokkadang Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayang Bhadanta. Okay. And before we begin, let us also take a moment to seek forgiveness from the noble ones for the misconduct of our thoughts, words, and actions up until this moment in this infinitely long journey in samsara. For we may have offended, insulted, desecrated, reviled the noble triple gem, the noble ones, as well as the Sambuddha Shasana. The consequences of such actions may be that today, as we attempt to make genuine efforts to achieve our salvation, they become hindered and it becomes difficult for us to reach the noble states. So before we begin, let us gather up humility and humbleness. Acknowledge that we have not always been the good people that we may be today, having fallen into the association of ignoble, immoral people who defiled our minds with raga, dvesha, moha, and having been blinded with ignorance and attachment. We may countless times and on a countless number of occasions have misconducted ourselves. So before we begin then, let us all take a moment to seek forgiveness from the Samma Sambuddhas, the Pacceka Buddhas, Arahata Buddhas, Anagami, Sakrudagami, Sotapannas, be they on the path or having attained the fruits, as well as the Buddha's ministry, the Sambuddha Shasana, for any thoughts, words or actions of revile, desecration, slander or insult we might have directed towards them, may we be forgiven. And as you take a moment to seek that forgiveness, I remind you to take a moment to make a firm affirmation to never find yourself conducting yourself in such ways in future. And finally, let us make a firm resolve that may through the course of this sermon, for those among you who are yet to understand the teaching of the Buddha, for those among us who are needing of more merit and further comprehension of the Dhamma, to understand the Four Noble Truths, may through the course of this sermon we be able to fulfill such gaps in our knowledge and our understanding, in our comprehension, and be able to achieve that noble state. And may those among you who have already achieved that noble state be able to fulfill the subsequent stages and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. With that firm resolve in mind, I invite you all to prepare yourselves to listen to this sermon. Okay. And that's another minute on the clock. I did that on purpose. I remain silent so that I can now ask you, what did you do in that minute? What were you thinking? I'm going to guess most of you, correct me if I'm wrong here, most of you would have waited for the Swami Wahanse to begin the sermon. Waiting eagerly. Waiting for the Swami Wahanse to begin the sermon. You waited, and you would have waited longer had I kept my silence. You waited for the sermon to begin. I want you to take a moment to think about what you did there. Can any of you really say that in that minute that passed by, you reflected on the Dhamma? After all, why are you here? If you're listening online, then why are you listening to this sermon? Because you want to take on board the Buddha's message, his teaching, the Dhamma. His last message was Appamadena Sampadeta, which I have mentioned to you before. He taught Anicca, Dukkha and Anatta. He taught us about the value of our lives and time, and how we must be heedless or heedful. So, you want the Dhamma, you want to listen, you're eagerly waiting to hear what Swami Wahanse has to say, so you can get some messages, so you can get some ideas, which will all be along the same lines, as I mentioned above. Be heedful, be vigilant, don't waste your time. Time is ticking by, time waits for no one. So that is the message you're waiting to hear from me. And in the time you waited, did you reflect on those things? In the minute that you allowed to go past, all you did was wait for me to tell you what you should be doing in that minute that just went past. Is it not too late now? I can tell you what you should have done in that minute. Is it not too late now? Of course, I can't see you from where I am. But if you really and genuinely, honestly reflected on the Dhamma, in that minute you waited for me to speak, put your hand up. I can't see you, but of course you can see yourself. Have you got your arm up? Or is it deep down where you can't even see it? You allowed a minute to go past. You waited for the Dhamma. But what about the Dhamma you were already given? This is not the first sermon you are listening to. Someone told me this is over 160 sermons now we've done by this point. And that's only counting the ones that are on YouTube. So let's call it 160. In those 160 sermons, have I not on any occasion reminded you the value of time? That you mustn't waste a moment? You might think, well, actually, it was only a minute, Swaminathan. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a big fuss about it? What makes hours? What is it that makes hours? On the clock? After the lapse of what? Or how many of what would you say that's 1 hour? Now you know that's 60 minutes, right? So all you need to do is to not do what you need to do for 60 of those durations, and that's an hour gone by. I'll tell you what though, I can tell you what you should have done in that minute. So listen up close. Let me tell you all the wonderful and good things that you should have done in that minute. Which minute? The minute that you just lost. Why am I telling you these things? So you can listen to this, you can take on board this advice, and then you can go back and fix that minute. So you can go back and live that minute wisely. How does that sound? You can go back in time and not waste that minute that just went by. How does that sound? After that? Minute by minute, hours pass by. Minute by minute, days pass by. Minute by minute, weeks, months, and years pass by. Minute by minute, life passes by. So if you're waiting 1 minute, waiting to hear something that's good, something useful, something you ought to be doing in that minute, do you realize that as you're waiting, time's ticking by? I ask you again, this is the 160 something sermon. Have in none of these sermons that we have done by now, we learnt the importance of a minute, the importance of a second. So why did you wait for the Swami Nuhanse to remind you again? Why did you wait for the Swami Nuhanse to begin to preach? I'm using a really simple, basic example because I want you to think, yeah, okay, fine, it's just a minute, but I want you to think about the significance of what I'm trying to show you here. Why am I making a big deal out of this? It was only a minute. Come on, it's just a minute. Was it? Just a minute? Was it just a minute? What's in a minute? What's in a minute? I don't mean the seconds. I'm asking you, what's in a minute? What have you put into a minute? Or what did you put in that got you a minute? Excuse me. Because a minute is a result. What are the causes you put in to get that minute? So what's in a minute? What did you put in to get that minute? How much have you put in to get that minute? I want you to ask yourself some important questions. How much did you put in to get that minute? How much of what did you put in to get that minute? Because when you find some answers to these questions, from then on, you will start putting more into your minutes. When you learn, when you understand, when you realize what you have put in to get yourself a minute, you will then understand what you need to put in to that minute. When you realize how much you have put in to get yourself a minute, you will realize how much you have to put in to that minute. Does that sound like Greek? That's because you're not thinking. Think. The Dhamma is for the wise. Remember, my role is to be a teacher. I'm only a guide. It is my duty to help you to develop your faculties. It is my duty to help you walk the path without me, not with me. That is my responsibility. To teach you how to walk the path when I'm not here. When there's no one else with you. When you're all alone, by yourself. So I sometimes feel that all of you, and by that I mean anyone and everyone who comes to us, who's close to us. So not just you who listen to these sermons are lay devotees, but also our monks, our anagarikas and so on. Anyone who gets to listen to these sermons, particularly those of you face to face, others in close proximity, I fear that sometimes you can become a victim of your own success. I genuinely feel that. I'll tell you why. You must understand that now I'm talking about you. You as an individual. I feel that sometimes you can become a victim of your own success. How's that so? It happens when you have so much around you, you don't realize what you have. That's a very normal thing. It happens to almost everyone. They don't realize what they have because there's so much of it. They don't realize who they're with because there are so many of them. Have you become a victim of your own success? Do you recall the time, long back, long ago, when you perhaps first got a glimpse of this Dhamma? When perhaps someone first walked you into the Dhamma hall, sat you down on a chair, you were looking for the Dhamma, and then you got to listen to the Buddha Dhamma. And when you listened, you realized that Nibbana is still with us. You realized that the noble lineage lives on. Do you recall that day? Do you recall how grateful you were when you realized that? Do you realize how much you treasured it? How much you valued it? How much you thought to yourself, this is what I have always been looking for. I would exchange anything for this. You are willing to give up anything and everything in exchange for this, the Dhamma. Do you recall that day? Now fast forward the time that has passed since then. Do you recall the first time you got to hear one of these sermons? It could have been at our monastery, could have been Lakuhamdru's. The first time you got to listen to one of these sermons. How many times did you go back and listen to it? And when you got to listen to one sermon, did you stop there? Or did you go digging? Did you not go looking for more of it? Did you not go asking your friends? Did you not want to go and talk to the monk, perhaps? And you lay down prostrate. You worshipped. And at that moment, did you not thank your merits and your fate, your destiny, the gods, the stars, the planets, the moons, the suns, everything you could think of, your parents, your friends, life, existence, everything, you thank them because you realized you had found something. I can almost always tell when someone listens to these sermons for the first time, without them actually revealing that information to us. You can tell that by the look on their faces. You can tell that by the joy that seeps through their minds, through their hearts, and it's almost overwhelming. There's almost always a tear in their eyes. Some of the things they'll say are, Swami Maharaj, I've been looking for this all my life. I've been looking for you all my life. I never realized I was on the wrong path. All the things I did in my life, I begin to realize today, have been of not much use. Today I have come across the true teaching. Today I realize what I need to be doing with my life. Do you recall how you went back home after that sermon? Trace your memory back to that day if you possibly can. Do you recall your journey back home? If you are by yourself, you are almost numb to all the things that were going on around you. Do you remember? If it was with friends, you could thank them. You couldn't thank them enough. You kept on asking, when is the next sermon? How can I get to talk to this monk? Maybe. Do you have this sermon? Did you record it? Can I get the recording of it? How many times did you listen to the playback? Do you remember that day? Fast forward again to the present day. Do you see a difference? What's the difference? Is it perhaps that back then you realized how much you put in to a minute? How much you had put into a minute? So you realized how much you ought to put into a minute? Do you realize the next sermon you got to listen to? You almost certainly took a front seat, right at the front, and you were very careful to switch off your phone. You made sure of that. It didn't matter even if the President of the United States wanted to contact you at that time, he wasn't going to get through, because that moment was so extremely precious. Nothing was more important. Do you remember? Contrast that day to today. How many of you have your mobile phones in your hands as you're listening to this sermon? How many of you are on Facebook as you're listening to this sermon? I just want you to start to think. I'm not fault finding. I want you to think. What's changed? The way you listen to the Dhamma, the way you embrace the Dhamma, the way you prepare yourself for a sermon. Has that changed? The way you conduct yourself during a sermon, has that changed? Compare and contrast. When you compare, you will be able to tell the difference. When you contrast, you will know why. Has it changed? If so, what has changed? Do you recall when you first came with your friends, maybe, or some members of your family to listen to a sermon? How you all sat down, and the second, third, fourth sermon and so on, when you got to learn from, perhaps it was from Guru Swami Mahanse, that during a sermon, we don't interrupt each other. It is wrong to be interrupting others during a sermon. And we mustn't allow others to interrupt us either. We must remain focused and alert. When you first came to listen to these sermons, I'll compare and I'll help you contrast too. When you first came to listen to these sermons, you knew without a shadow of a doubt that you weren't a Sotapanna. Am I right or wrong? You were 100% sure that you were not a Sotapanna. Fast forward to the present day. How do you feel about yourself? Your new perception of yourself, has that changed the way you approach the Dhamma? Has that changed the way you conduct yourself in a sermon? Has that changed the way you respect the Dhamma? The Buddha? The Sangha? Has that changed the way you regard a minute? If it was a 3-hour sermon, did you feel time pass by? Or was it at the end of the sermon you thought to yourself, if only this could go on for a little bit longer? Is the Swamin Wahanse concluding already? It felt like he only just began. Did you not feel that way? However, today, fast forward 6 months, 6 years for some, maybe even more for others. Do you not feel that some sermons are a bit of a drag? Like, when is this going to end? No? You sure? Hand on heart? Can you genuinely say that you don't feel that way at all? Back then, when you missed a sermon, perhaps you had chores, or you had to babysit someone, or maybe attend to something else, and therefore you couldn't make it to the sermon. When you missed a sermon, do you recall how eager you were to get your hands on it? Do you recall how many calls you made? Maybe to the monastery. How many people you went behind? Maybe your friends, or maybe those who you normally go with to the monastery, but this time round, that day you couldn't. You waited for them to come back so you could collect the sermon from them. And then when you got it, did it matter what time of night it was before you listened to the sermon? Or what time of night it was before you listened to the sermon and went to bed? Did it matter what time it was for you to listen to the sermon before going to bed? What's changed? Are you a victim of your own success? Is your success slowly but gradually ruining you? It's only natural for that to be the case, given that when you first started to join these programs, listen to these sermons, there would have been a lot of merit. And that merit was so powerful. That merit was so powerful, you couldn't bring yourself to miss a sermon. You couldn't let yourself be without listening to a sermon at least twice. At least twice. The power of your merits was so powerful. The power of your merits was so powerful that you wouldn't fall asleep in a sermon, not even in your dreams, if you'll pardon the pun. Fast forward to today, what's happening? Are you a victim of your own success? Is your merit running out? Should we be concerned? Had we better do something about it? Do you regard a minute the same way you did back then, today? Perhaps back then you had lots of things to do because your lives were a lot busier than it may be today. Your life was a lot busier than it is today because of course you had no idea or understanding of the Dhamma. But do you remember when you got that sermon, either recorded on your phone or some MP3 device? Whenever you got yourself on the bus and you had to travel somewhere, didn't you plug in the earphones almost automatically? Didn't you even take it to the toilet with you? You didn't want to waste a moment. Do you remember? While you were having your meals, do you recall you had your earphones plugged in and you were listening to the sermon? You had listened to it 5, 6, 7, 10, 15, 20 times over and it still wasn't enough. You wanted to make sense of every word, every letter, every syllable. Do you remember those days? Those days when you weren't still a Sotapanna? That was back when you weren't a Sotapanna. Right? What's it like today? Are you a victim of your own success? Have we forgotten the value of a minute? Have we forgotten what we've put into a minute? It's the way it works. If you have forgotten what you have put into a minute, you will not realize what you need to put into a minute. If you do not recall, if you do not understand, if you do not comprehend how much you have put into a minute, you will not understand how much you need to put into a minute. In the sermons earlier on, I used to talk to you a lot about human life, the value of it. but not so much now. Has your human life all of a sudden become less valuable? Is that why I don't talk much about that now? I believe that what has already been preached is nicely and firmly cemented in your mind. I work on that basis. What has been preached, you have listened to, you have practiced, and now it is part of you. And that instinctively, those messages are always in your mind. That is the presumption I work on. Of course, from time to time I remind you of these things. But you recall that I do not talk a lot about the value of human life and time and being heedful. About a year ago, maybe just under that, on almost every sermon, I used to talk about that to you. It is my belief that you have bought in to all those ideas and you are now heedful. But have you forgotten the value of a minute? Is your approach to the Dhamma, is your approach to these sermons different to what it used to be? Do you come to the sermons as prepared as you used to? Remember, you didn't multitask back then. But do you do that now? I don't know, maybe you've got your chopping board and your carrots with you as we speak. I don't know that. I can only guess. But is that the case? Are you plucking leaves for lunch? As you're listening to this sermon? Or smashing your potatoes? Did you do the same things when you first started to listen to these sermons? Back then when you still weren't a Sotapanna? Back then? Are you a victim of your own success? Do you understand how much you have put into a minute? Folks, do you realize that the minutes that pass you by are not just any old minutes? They're not just a minute. They're not just a minutes. Now we're used to saying that, right? If you're running late, for instance, you'll say, I'll just be a minute, or it's just a minute. Just a minute. Was it ever just a minute? How did you get your minute? Just? Is that how you got your minute? Just? Just like that? Is every minute the same? Now I want you to think. Is every minute the same? What do I mean by that? There are different types of minutes. They all have 60 seconds, yes, but they're all very different. Take your home, for instance. Who do you have living at home? Parents. If you're the parents, then you have children. Or you may have your grandparents and your children. Sorry, or your parents and your children. So your family. Perhaps some members of your extended family. And then you might even have pets. Do you have a fish tank? So how many people do you have at home? So mother, father. I'm going to say on average, most in Sri Lanka we have at least one of our parents with us, right? So let's call that 3. I'm assuming that you're a middle-aged man. I'm assuming you're married, so that's your wife. I'm assuming you've got one of your parents with you, right? So for the 3 of you together. And I'm assuming that you and your wife have 2 children, so that's 5. That's almost an average family. 5. An average family. Who else do you have? Perhaps you have a maid. Then that's 6. Then of course we have our pet dog. 7. There's also Timmy the cat. 8. And then there's the fish tank. There's some fish in there. How many? 10? Okay. All of a sudden that jumps up to 18. So, in other words, when you move home, right? Because I'm not counting, the earthworms in your garden, right? I'm saying when you move home, who do you take with you? Right? These 18 lives you take with you, right? So your family, your pets, right? They're the ones that come with you. So 18 lives. Right? Just to round it up, let's say we've got another child and a pet hamster. So 2 more and we've got 20 in total. 20 lives. Are they just lives? Just lives? Are they? Just lives? They're just lives. Don't some of these lives have high net worth and low net worth? Take an hour from each of these lives. Is that just an hour? Just. What went into making one of these lives? After all, you know that a life is vipaka. Or the life force, right? The energy that keeps you alive. That is vipaka. So when vipaka runs out, that's the end of that life. No amount of karma can keep you alive. It's vipaka that keeps you alive. Karma gives you rebirth, but it's vipaka that keeps you alive. Right? So, each of these lives is a bundle of vipaka. Now what is the vipaka that brought about this life? Each of these 20 lives. So among them are 6 human lives and 14 animal lives, aren't there? Six human lives and 14 animal lives. Are they just lives? Because if they're just lives, then every life is the same as the other. Every life is equal. I don't mean how each one values their life. I mean in terms of the value of life. Not how they perceive the value of their life, but rather the value of life taken from an objective perspective. Take out the subjective, make it, if you were to do an objective analysis of this. Remember, you have 6 human lives and 14 animal lives. What went in to making one of these lives? How much of that went into making one of these lives? If this is the return, what was the investment? How much hard work, toil and labor, sweat, blood and tears went into making a human life? One of those 6 human lives you have at home, how much went into making one of those things? Is it just a life? Because once you figure out the answer to this question, folks, you will begin to understand the importance of your minute. The minute that you spent waiting for the Swami Wahanse to deliver the sermon. The minute that can never be regained, never be drawn back. You can't improve on that minute, it's gone. You can't even regretfully go back and do something more worthwhile, something better, something more lucrative in that minute. It's gone. Again, why am I so focused on and pedantic about this minute? Because it's the minutes that make up the hours. And it's the hours that make up the days. It's the days that make up the weeks and the months and the years. And before you know it, your life. So is it just a minute? I'm certain of this. Okay, I'll give you 1%. 99% of the time. Unless you have someone to remind you, sit by your side and remind you day in, day out, the value of your time, the value of your minutes, do you not so easily forget it? Do you still use those timetables? Or did you last use it to light up your cooker? What happened to your timetable? Do you still have it? Or is that what you feed the cat on? You know, a timetable is a plan for life. It goes some way to plan your life. The most precious thing you have. But how many people are reluctant either to first make one and then to use one and then to stick to one? If you haven't understood how much you have put into a minute, I would not be surprised if those timetables that you started to use a long time back, you haven't got the foggiest idea where it is now. Or if you can't recall the last time you had to look into your timetable. Why? Because it's just a minute. And then it's just an hour. And then it's just a day. It's just a week. Or it's only just a month. It's just a year. Do you not realize what you're saying is it's just a life? I remember in these sermons when we started to talk about how precious time is, and you have to be very thrifty and careful with it. And you mustn't waste it. Remember, I even gave you practical advice on how you can save your time. I said, make sure your telephone conversations are short and sweet. Remember, I shared with you some things I used to do. I used to make my calls when I travel. So I didn't take up my most precious time when I need to focus on things for telephone calls. This was all after I realized the value of time. Until then, I was spending time like it was going out of fashion. I was spending time like it wasn't mine. Remember, I used to tell you how I used to pick up the newspaper when I got onto the tube, and my target for the morning was to get through the newspaper page to page before the end of my train ride. And then when I got off the station at Leicester Square, I had to be done with my reading. I had to have gone through the entire newspaper without leaving a page unread. I shared with you some practical advice, some practical tips, and I even talked to you about cutting down on watching the news, reading the newspaper first thing in the morning, and how that is such a disaster for anyone's spiritual and mental progress, particularly if it's just gossip you're filling yourself up with. I'm more certain that there were a lot of you who made some tangible changes, some real changes in your life as you started to pull up a timetable and you started to draft your Mondays to Fridays on it, and then your mornings, afternoons and evenings, and then ultimately you got to your hourly timetable. My question today is, where is that timetable? You still got it? What about all that time you put into making a timetable? It was just an hour, wasn't it? It was just a few hours I put into making that timetable. Of course. Some of you might also say, see, this is why I don't start these things, Swami Nuhans. I just never continue doing them. That's why I don't start. I love that excuse. It's a perfect alibi. It's the perfect excuse, isn't it? I don't start because I know I'm never going to continue with it. So I don't start. Why did you start life? When you knew you weren't going to continue with it? Did you start living thinking you're going to live forever? I've heard every excuse in the book. I used to know, and I still know some people who live by the book of excuses. They'll swear by that book. Like you get onto the in courts, right? You swear by the Bible. They'll swear by the book of excuses. I don't read books. I don't read books. Why is that? Because I never finish reading them. So I don't start. I don't meditate. Why is that? Because I'm not going to be doing it for long anyway. So I don't start. I don't like to learn this. Why? Because I'm not going to be doing it for long anyway. Why is that? That's just me, isn't it? I'm like that. I just don't have the discipline to do anything. So I don't discipline myself. Why? Because I can't discipline myself. I won't do it for long anyway. They haven't understood the value of a minute. These, my dear folks, are victims of their own success. Behold the victims of their own success. Those who don't realize what they have because they have so much of it. Those who don't realize who they are with because they have so many of them. Are you one of them? Today when you go online, if you go onto our YouTube channel, how many sermons can you find? Many hundreds. Several hundreds of sermons. And the consequence of that? I don't listen to the sermons. Why? Because I'm not going to be able to get through all of them. People say that. Sometimes they come to the monastery for the first time and they ask, Swaminatha, where should I start listening to the sermon? Start from number 1, Sasaraganadenu. Start there. Or start from the very first sermon. Start there. They'll go away saying, yes, I'll do that. And then you'll meet them a week, 2 weeks later. Did you listen to those sermons? No, Swaminatha, I couldn't. Why is that? Because I went on your YouTube channel. And when I saw the list when I saw how many sermons you've got on there, I knew I was never going to be able to get through all of them. So I didn't start listening to them. That's the perfect excuse, isn't it? Funny thing is, people don't use that excuse when it comes to sensuality. A man goes and gets married. Surely he should say, I don't want to get married. Why is that? Because I'm not going to be able to get married to all of them. If, standing by his line, that's what he should be saying, surely, shouldn't he? I'm not going to get married to anyone. Why? Because I won't be able to get married to all of them. That's what I'm like. I just won't be able to get married to all of them, so I won't get married at all. They're not like that. Man takes a plate, goes to the buffet and starts serving his plate. What should he be saying if he goes by his own code of conduct? I'm not going to eat. Why? Because I'm not going to be able to eat all of this. That's what he should be saying. But does he? No. When it comes to sensuality, it's I'll eat as much as I can, right? I'll eat as much as I can. I'll watch as much as I can. I'll listen as much as I can. I'll smell as much as I can. I'll taste as much as I can. I'll touch as much as I can. I'll sleep as much as I can. See? But meditate? No. Why? Because I won't be able to do it for long anyway. Sermon? No. Why? I won't be able to listen to the 3 hours anyway. So why bother starting? Have you not seen people come across like that? Come across people like that? If you haven't, come to the monastery. I don't mean our monks or anagarikas, but we get to meet people like that. As I said, I only began to realize people's nature and their predicaments after I became a monk. I thought I knew people. I didn't know people until I ordained. Then I got to learn about people. Show me one man who doesn't want to eat ice cream because he's not going to be able to get through the whole tub. Show me. And on there TV channels like dedicated to food, and on there you have people, they go on challenges, and they'll take a challenge, right? The challenge is to they'll bring like some food items spread all over the table. Normally you need a baby elephant to get through all of that, but this man can get through all of that in just under 3 hours. That's the challenge. The prize, he wins a t-shirt and he gets his picture put on the wall of fame. When does anyone ever say, I'm not going to start because I'm not going to be able to finish? These are all lousy excuses by people who haven't understood the value of a minute, for whom it's just a minute. How many just a minutes do you have? Really, how many minutes went into making a minute? They say it's seconds that make up a minute, right? I disagree. By my account, sometimes years make up a minute. Sometimes an eon is what is needed to make a minute. Are you and I talking and thinking about the same thing? I hope so. You understand what I'm saying, right? Do you really have just a minute? So why then did you wait that minute for Swami Maharaj to begin the sermon? Why did you allow that minute to go by and not make any use of it? The irony of it is, you waited for me to tell you all this. Do you see the irony here? You didn't know this was coming. If you did, you wouldn't have waited that minute, right? But at the end of the day, this is what you're getting. Admonition about having wasted a minute. Do you see the irony here? You waited a minute to hear a sermon on the value of a minute and why you should not waste a minute. I feel most people have forgotten what's in a minute. That's why now their life is full of just a minutes. So it's just an hour. So it's just a year. So it's just a life. Just another life. Oftentimes this is something I remind for myself. Sometimes when I'm sat down for meditation and I open my eyes and in front of me I see the Buddha statue. This is when I start to count my stars. I count my stars. I remind myself how extremely fortunate I am to be where I am, to be what I am, to be who I am, to be who I'm with. And at those moments I feel so strongly that the time that is passing by is not just a minute. It's a minute like no other. It's a priceless minute. You couldn't buy it off of me. How do I know? If you could, you'd be here. You don't have what it takes to buy it off of me. That's why I'm here and you're not. Sorry, that is the truth. That is why I am who I am and you are not. That is why I am where I am and you are not. That is why I am who I am with and you are not. That is why I am what I am and you are not. I have not said anything for you to feel disheartened. What I am asking you to do is to do the same. Look at where you are. Look at who you are. Look at who you are with. Look at what you are. Now look at everyone else at home. You are one of 20, right? Look at everyone else at home. Your spouse, children, your pet dog, your pet cat, the fish in the tank. Do you really think you are just another life? Do you really feel that way? You're just another life? Do you really feel that it's just another minute? Look at the fish in the tank. Look at where they are and look at where you are. Look at what they are and look at what you are. Think about who they are with and think about who you are with. Look at what they're doing right now. Look at what you're doing right now. Just a minute. It's just a minute. Look at your pet dog. Where is it right now? Sat next to you? Perhaps. All cuddled up beside you? It listens to the sermon with you? Oh, that's nice. What are you doing? Listening to the sermon and caressing it? It's fine, don't worry. It's just a minute anyway. It's just that when you were not a Sotapanna, that's not how you listened to the sermons back then. But now that all of that has changed, it's alright. Is it really listen to the sermon? The funny thing is, are you really listening to the sermon? It's not listening to the sermon because it can't. You're not listening to the sermon because you won't. You must understand that I'm not making any individual accusations, right? This is not a personal attack on anyone, because frankly, I don't know what any of you are doing right now. I can't see you. I can't sense you. I don't know what's going on in your homes. I don't know what the environment is. I don't know any of these things. But for some reason, this is what's coming. This is what's flowing out. Maybe there's someone among you who needs to hear this. Maybe there's someone among you who can't break the habit of picking up your mobile phone and going through Facebook or WhatsApp or Instagram or whatever while you listen to the sermon. You must understand, you didn't used to do that when you weren't a Sotapanna. Remember, back then you were 100% certain you weren't a Sotapanna. Things have changed now, haven't they? Now you're not sure, are you? Now you feel like you're either there or you're pretty close, don't you? I'm not mocking you. It happens if you're a Sotapanna, sadhu sadhu. That's what needs to happen. But what I'm saying is, are you? If you are, fantastic. Are you? Does your conduct resemble that of a Sotapanna? No, actually it's more like an Anagami, Swami Mahansa. Sorry, my bad. Does it resemble the conduct of an Anagami? Is that why when you listen to the sermons, Facebook comes up on your phone? Is that why when you listen to the sermons you have to caress your dog? Is that why when you listen to the sermons you have to sit down with a dessert cup full of ice cream? Or the TV remote in your hand? Because you're an Anagami? Interesting. I'm not mocking anyone. But I don't want you to fall into self-delusion. Self-deceit. That's the worst kind of deceit. Deceit of the worst type. Self-deceit. Foolery of the worst kind. Self-foolery. Mockery of the worst type. Self-mockery. Some of these words might seem harsh, sharp, cutting. They're meant to be sharp. They're not meant to be harsh, but they're meant to be sharp and cutting. Cutting any illusions and delusions. Sharp so it can pierce your self-deceptions, your wall of self-deception. After all, if you're an Anagami, then these words can't hurt you, can they? Is it just another minute? How many just another minutes do you spend on a day, on any given day? When the alarm wakes you up in the morning, how many just another minutes do you spend on the bed? Spend in bed? Why did man invent the snooze button? Is it not for people who live mediocre lives? People who firmly believe that their lives are just another life? Isn't that what the snooze button is for? Why did you set the alarm for 4 o'clock? If you wanted to wake up at 4:05, then why set it at 4 o'clock? You knew that 4 o'clock was when you had to be up, right? So why do you hit the snooze button? Is that because that next 5 minutes are just another 5 minutes? Have you forgotten what's gone into bringing you that 5 minutes? Is that why what you're putting into those 5 minutes is a snooze? Tell me. Answer. How many just another minutes do you spend in a given day? Some of you may be in the habit excuse me, of watching some TV in the morning as you're having your breakfast. No harm done, right? It's only for duration of breakfast. So when breakfast comes to an end, TV has to go off, right? 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 Is that how it happens? How many days have you found yourself sat in front of the TV? It's long been since you finished having your lunch, and now it's all drying in around your fingers. The plate has gone dry. Your fingers have gone dry. How many days has that happened? And you're just staring away at the television. Why? Because you thought to yourself at the end of that last mouthful, I'll just be another minute. Just another minute. No more, just another minute. I'm baffled as to where you get these just another minutes from. Now this is a name we've given to these minutes, right? Like just another minute. You learn about a Rahatan Vahanse today from Dasahandru, who thought that there was a type of cake called no more cake. Likewise, these minutes, these are just another minutes, right? Where do you get them from? So are there minutes that you have accumulated in your journey in samsara, into which you put in a lot of blood, sweat and tears, and into others you just poured water, maybe? No blood, no sweat, no tears? You got them for free? I don't think it works like that. You know, like you go to the supermarket and you can buy 2 bars of soap and you get 1 free. I don't think you get human lives like that. Buy 2 and get another free. I'm not sure it works like that. Do enough merits for 2 years of human life and you get 1 free? They don't have bog-off deals. They don't have sales either. Reduce price. No. There is a minimum amount of merit you need to acquire to earn yourself a human minute. That is universal. There's a minimum amount of merit you have to acquire to earn yourself a human minute. Do understand, ladies and gentlemen, that that amount of merit is 1 trillion times more than your pet cat had to put in to earn itself a minute of cat time. It's 1 trillion times more than your pet fish had to put in to earn itself some fish time. you're spending a human minute. But how freely do you say it's just another minute? Just a minute. I asked you to work on your timetable so that all these just a minutes that you waste, that fall by the wayside as you go through the day, can all be accounted for. Is it only the time that you actually focus on doing an activity that ages you? What about time that you waste? Does that not age you? Seriously, I don't know what the deal is with that snooze button. I don't get that concept. Perhaps it was invented for good use, but I think most people abuse it. But perhaps there was some method in it, some meaning in it. But I feel most people abuse it. They'll set the alarm for 4 o'clock, knowing fully well that they're not going to be out of bed until 1:15 the hour. Because they want to be in bed for just another minute. Just a few more minutes. So those minutes are just a few more minutes. They come from the just another minute bank. Where else do you spend those just another minutes? Watching TV, sleeping, just chatting away. Don't you find yourself doing that? For a normal human being, I'd say okay. I'd say okay, chat away. But it just doesn't feel right for me to say that it's okay for you guys to just be chatting away. Frivolous speech. Why did the Buddha show us that there is one of the sins is actually frivolous speech? I explained this to you in a previous sermon. Because normally you open your mouth in the presence of someone else, right? And usually in the presence of another human being, one or more. If there's one more person, that's another lot of human time that's now ticking by. So not only are you wasting your time, when you open your mouth, chances are you're wasting another human time, another person's human time. After all, it's collectively just human time. That human time was acquired by putting in a lot of blood, sweat and tears. You have not worked harder for anything else, I guarantee that. You think you worked hard to get yourself your degree? You worked harder for something else. You think you worked hard to buy yourself that car? You think you worked hard to build yourself that home? You think you worked hard for your promotion? You think you really worked hard to become the CEO of your company? You think so? You think so? You think you really worked hard to get yourself a visa? To go to another country? You reckon that's hard work? How come you've forgotten? That all of that is just a walk in the park? It's a piece of cake? Considering how much you had to put in to earn the time so that you can waste away through other ventures. Have you forgotten that you're spending human time? Do you forget that? But it doesn't stop there, does it? It doesn't stop there. It's not just human time that you have, is it? Are you not a special kind of human? Are you not an exclusive type of human being? A very special type of human being? Yes, we're all Homo sapiens sapien, but having come across the Dhamma, having born into an environment in which we are able to listen, to absorb, to contemplate, and to embrace the Dhamma, do you not think you're a special type of human being? So much so, should they not have named it as a different species on the biological nomenclature? I would have if it was down to me. Homo sapiens sapien Aryan. Don't you feel you're a special type of human? How can your minutes be just a minute? Think about your upbringing and how all of the factors around you, the various things that happened in your life, brought you closer to the great prize. Honestly, do you not feel that you deserve to be referred to as a separate species? In the biological classification? So these minutes, are they just another minute? On a Sunday afternoon, what do you think most people in your village, in your town, are doing? Right now, what do you think they're doing right now? Most of your friends, what do you think they're doing right now? Think of a few of them. You'll know them by name, right? Think of 4 or 5 friends, your closest friends, those who are not listening to this sermon. What do you think they're doing right now? Actually, I want you to think. Think about 4 or 5 people. You know them by their names. What do you think they're doing right now? One's going to be at home watching TV. Sunday afternoon, not much else to do. One of them will be sleeping. One of them will be at a cinema, perhaps. Another will be listening to some music. Another might be at a restaurant. Another might be watching some sport. Another might be playing sport. No? So, do you not think you're a special type of human being? Try ask them to come and listen to the sermon on a Sunday afternoon. Get them to sit down and listen to the sermon from 2 o'clock for a couple of hours. Would they be willing? Would they? Why? I wouldn't mind them saying, it's just a minute. I wouldn't mind that coming from them. But can you afford to say just a minute? Is it right for you to be saying that? I'll be just a minute. Do you understand the value of your time? And this is what you worked most hard for. So why are you so easygoing with it? Well, when you have something, you don't understand the value of it. I've told you in the past, haven't I? When someone gets diagnosed with a terminal illness, then very shortly after that, they'll be in a temple somewhere, or at least talking to a monk or a member of the clergy. See, all of a sudden, they have begun to understand the value of time. Answer this for me. If you get diagnosed with cancer, and it's a terminal type, it cannot be treated and healed. Okay? You've been given 2 weeks to live. Would you or would you not work to a timetable? Have you lost your words? You heard me right. If you got diagnosed with terminal cancer, you've only been given 2 weeks to live. Starting today, would you or would you not start to work to a timetable? Why is that? What's the cancer got to do with the timetable? The doctor didn't prescribe a timetable, did he? Oh, madam, we are sorry to say you've got cancer, so we suggest you work to a timetable from today. I doubt the doctor's going to prescribe a timetable. And I've heard of chemotherapy, not timetable therapy. So where did the timetable idea come from all of a sudden? Of course. Now you have very little of something. Therefore, you want to be careful how you spend it, right? But right now, that's not the case, is it? So if there are those among you who don't work to a timetable as yet, I know that there's there's a certain way to get you to work to a timetable. I don't wish that day upon any of you. But the sad fact of the matter is, if you get diagnosed with something terminal, then I'm sure you'll find that timetable. Right now, where is it? No idea. Must be in a book somewhere, folded away. I put it somewhere, just can't find it, can't remember. I think it's in my book cupboard. Gotta go and look. I'm not sure though. Oh, I'm meaning to print it. It's on the computer. I meant to print it, but just never got round to it. Too busy. Okay. Oh, so long as you're not someone who's destined to die, it's fine. Unfortunately, people like me, right? I'm destined to die. So I work to a timetable. Because I know what I have is not limitless. And the worst thing is, I know that what I have will be taken away from me without a moment's notice. At least it can be taken away from me without a moment's notice. Therefore, I understand the value of working to a timetable. What's the big deal about a timetable? Because when you have a timetable, folks, you no longer have just another minute. It doesn't have to be written down, not necessarily. Although I'm not convinced that those people who say my timetable's in my head, I'm not convinced that they're working to a timetable. The first thing I learned about goal setting, when I learned from my mentor, is if it's a goal, it's got to be written down with a date next to it. Anything that's not written down with a date next to it is but a fantasy. And he was so right. He was so right when he said that. So anyone who says my timetable is in my head, that's a fantasy, in my opinion. My concern is that you still have just another minute. How you can call it just another minute is what baffles me. Because in the human realm, there aren't any just another minutes. Because none of these minutes came just. Tremendous amounts of hard work, toil, sweat, labor, and tears went into making these minutes. Unfortunately, you don't remember it, but that is the truth. A life that is not spent on Nibbana, in my personal humble opinion, is not worth living. Because a life that is not focused on Nibbana is a life that is spent doing things which are never ending. There's no end to it. And it's stuff that has been done many times before, many times over. That's a life without a full stop. In the sentence of life, Nibbana is your full stop. In the sentence of life, Abhisankara is your comma. That's the way it goes on. Death is simply a semicolon. Because what comes after a semicolon is usually a description of the aforementioned. So likewise, your next life is a description of the things you did in this life. So your reincarnation is simply a semicolon. Your Abhisankara is simply a comma. Nibbana is your full stop. Look at your life. Any plans on getting yourself a full stop? Any plans of a full stop? Folks, I want you to understand the value of your life. Please do understand that. You have no idea how lucky you are to consider yourself Buddhists. And this is not to do with your birthright. This is to do with the philosophy that you have accepted as your philosophy for life. I'm talking about an absolute Buddhist. Think about who you are. Think about where you are. Think about what you're doing. Think about who you're with. Think about why you're here. When you could have been anywhere. I mean, just think about the size of this planet. You could have been born anywhere. But where were you born? If they threw you, say someone threw you as a Gandhab, someone in the universe just saw planet Earth and just chucked you like a ball at Earth, what are the chances of you landing on a small island in the middle of the Indian Ocean? What are the chances? When there are such land masses like China, right, North America, South America, Russia, Australia. What are the chances that you landed on a tiny island in the vast Indian Ocean? If my memory serves me right, just over some 60,000 square kilometers or 64,000 square kilometers. What are the chances? To have been born here? Matters not where you are right now. A lot of you might have migrated. Fair enough. So did I. But there was always something that pulled us back here and keeps pulling you back. I mean, even if you were born elsewhere, somewhere else on this vast planet, you're still connected to this island. An island in which the Buddha's Dhamma prevails, like no other. I mean, for its size, it's incredible. An island that is by size so insignificant. And yet, when someone talks about Buddhism, Sri Lanka is either the first, second, or it's always in the top ranking. But it's a tiny island. Sri Lanka, I believe, is not known for much else. Because most of what we have, most everyone has. But what about what you're listening to right now? I don't mean the person or the voice. I mean what you're listening to. Not who you're listening to, but what you're listening to. And to the monks and anagarikas listening to this sermon, think about where you are right now. To our devout devotees, think about where you are right now. Think about how you are connected. Is it not time you started counting your stars? Is it just another minute? Is it just another minute? So, could you afford to wait another minute? Wait to see what Swami Nuhanse has to say? Because in that while, what's passing you by? It's a minute. It's not just another minute. It's not just a minute. It's a minute that's passing you by. The most expensive commodity there is. Not just in the human realm, but in all 31 realms. To have been born human, to have been born into a Buddhist exposure, to have been born in a time in which the Buddha's Dhamma prevails. And what more? Did I not remind you once the guarantee that you have if you become a Sotapanna, before your death, within the next 2,500 years, you will become an Anagami at least. That's a solid cast iron guarantee. You have no choice about that. That is that much a guarantee. You don't have a choice about it. If you become a Sotapanna before your death, within the next 2,500 years, you will at least become an Anagami. And you will not be in the human world. You will have to be in the Suddhavasa Brahmaloka. Two and a half thousand years. That's a bat of an eyelid, considering how long you've come in this journey. Look at how much there is to gain for little that you need to give. If you think about it, a lot of the hard work you've done, having acquired merits to be here now with these people, with the Aryans, in the presence of the noble lineage, in the presence of the Mahasangha, in the presence of the noble triple gem. That's the difficult stuff. After all, putting together the causes, that's the difficult stuff. Have you not managed to do that already to a great extent? But I don't want any of you to be in any self-delusion and self-deception. That is why I asked you to think about how you used to approach this back then versus how you approach it now. Hand on heart, do you not sit down to listen to the sermons with your phone in your hand? And sometimes maybe halfway into the sermon you get bored, or you keep it to your side, and then you get bored, you pick up your phone and you start browsing through it. And what's best, right? I think with YouTube, if you get it on your phone, you get the app, right? You can browse YouTube while you listen to the sermon, minimized, right? See? Fantastic. It's all been invented for your pleasure and convenience. And then modern smartphones, right? You can multitask. So on the one hand, you have the sermon that talks about the futility of existence and the vicissitudes of the sensual realm, the sensual worlds. And on the other hand, you can learn how to make patties on the other side of the screen. See? How convenient. While at the same time, if the phone's in your right hand, then you can caress your dog with your left. And of course the cat gets jealous, so then it walks up to you and starts playing by your feet. Then you can caress it with your feet. Has this not happened to you more or less? Would I be insulting you if I added that perhaps for some of you, you also have that ice cream in a dessert cup? on your side, which you give the occasional lap. Is that alright? I mean, is that okay? That this is how things are going on? Go back and ask the person who first listened to these sermons 6 weeks / months / years ago. Go back and ask that person, is it okay that this is how I now listen to the sermons? Ask that guy who first started listening to the sermons. What do you think he might say? What do you think she might say? Would they be saying, yeah, no, that's fine, it's fine, yeah, it's fine, you're multitasking, great? Do you think that's what they're going to say? Or instead, aren't they going to ask you, are you nuts? Would they not remind you how lucky you are to finally have come across the truth? It's not just another minute, folks. It's not just another minute. This is very valuable human life that is passing you by. It's not any old minute. It's a human minute. And remember, it's not seconds that make up minutes. By my account, it's sometimes eons that make up a minute. An eon of hard work, toil, labor, blood, sweat and tears. Because what you're spending is human minutes. These are minutes in the Sugati. Minutes which are conducive to Nibbana. In every minute you can achieve your liberation. Yeah, that's to help put this into perspective. Can I ask you the very simple question? Which one is more valuable? A rupee or a dollar? Would you say they're just the same? You know, a rupee, if you see on the floor, as you walk past it, you might go, it's just another rupee. But a dollar coin? Would you just go past it? A dollar? Or a dinar? Or a real? Now I'm talking to you in terms you can understand. Makes sense. A yen? Would you just walk past it? Okay, an American dollar? Would you just walk past it? A rupee? Maybe. It's not worth the effort you put in to bend down and pick it up. You'll probably spend more having to eat to acquire the energy to bend and pick up the coin. Fair enough. But what about the pound coin? So, can you say that your time, human time, is just another minute? Does your pet dog and you both have just another minutes? What about your friend who has no understanding of the Dhamma? His idea of a good weekend is a trip to the bowling alley with his mates. He goes 10-pin bowling, that's how he likes to spend his weekend. Or another guy goes to the golf park. Another guy has a home theater. Sits down on a Sunday, gets out his box set, or turns on his Netflix and Bob's his uncle. But what about you? He might seem a lot more bland than how they spend their weekends. It's all out and about, in the sunshine, with friends, colorful, exciting, invigorating. Whereas you, these are the things that they'll say. Sat on the floor, computer screen on, staring at the ceiling, and just listening to something. Boring. Yes or no? How many friends might you have if you would go and say, I spend my Sundays listening to a sermon, 2 o'clock to about 6 o'clock, I listen to a sermon. Boring. To your face they might say, oh really, oh nice. We are Buddhist, no, we must put some time to listen to the Dhamma, no. That they'll say to your face. What are they actually thinking on the inside? Get a life. Or they might say, are you having family troubles these days? That's what they're thinking. Not all of them. Pretty much most of them. Are you having family troubles? Or is it money problems? Maybe love problems, maybe? Your husband not treating you well, darling? You have no idea the things that people that we used to hang around with had asked my parents when I went to become a monk. And sometimes even to this day, when they talk to me, they tell me, oh, so and so called. You know what he asked? And I said, what did he say? Your son, what was the real problem? Between you and me, I won't tell anybody. What was the real problem? Was he depressed? Was it work? Maybe it was getting too much for him to handle. To this day, folks, it's been 3 years almost. Actually, just over. To this day, they still ask. Fortunately, I've managed to help my parents come to a stage where they'll just, they just laugh. They just laugh at those questions now. It used to bother them just a tad bit back then, but now they just laugh at those remarks. I've taught them if they ask what the reason is and they say something, you just answer with the word very. Like someone asks, was he depressed? Very. So it's easy because then they drop the case. I think very depressed. He was very, very depressed. We couldn't help him. Did he have a lot of money problems? Very much. Right? So I'm trying to explain to you here that most people don't get this. Very, very few. That's why the Buddha says, as Guru Swaminatha always reminds you, and us, appakate manusesu, ye jana paragamino. Very few people. Very few among men, among devas, among brahmas, very, very few. It's like a drop from the vast ocean. Just think about it, right? If the Buddha were to walk up to the ocean and he dropped his finger, he puts his finger in the water and he pulls it back up, and there's a tiny droplet of water that hangs from the edge of his finger. How lucky do you think that drop of water is? How lucky do you think that drop of water is? Because now it's with the Buddha. Now he chooses what to do with it. Now the wind has no say in what happens to it. The scorching sun has no say as to what happens to that drop of water. The torrential currents have no say as to what happens to the water, that particular drop of water. Complete custody of that drop of water is now with the Buddha. What would you have to say about that drop of water? To say it's lucky is an understatement, right? Appakate manusesu, ye jana paragamino. If the Buddha were to walk up to firm ground, he bends down, sticks his thumb in the soil, and lifts just a tiny bit of soil, only as much as that which fits on his nail of his thumb, on the nail of his thumb, and he picks it up. What would you have to say about the grains of sand, or about that tiny amount of soil that's on his thumb right now? Now the rains can't do anything to it. The winds that blow over it can do nothing to it. Animals that roam the earth freely have no say over what happens to it. Other man and beast who walk over it, who tread over it, have no say about it. Sole custody of the Buddha. It is only he that can now decide what happens to it. Completely his call. He decides what to do with it. What do you have to say? What would you have to say about that sand, about that amount of soil? Appakate manusesu ye jana paragamino. Now, likewise, there are over 8 billion people on this planet. Many countless times over, devas, brahmas and so on. An infinite number of beings out there, just like the infinite drops of water that make up the oceans, and the infinite number of grains of sand that make up this earth. And the Buddha walks up. what are the chances of him putting his arm out, or putting his arms out and grabbing a few of those people? He won't do it twice. He'll only do it once. And as he closes his embrace, only but few are left within his embrace. Only a few are caught in his embrace. What do you have to say? What would you have to say about those people? Because once that happens, no other man, woman, animal or beast, or rather man or beast, Deva, Brahma, now has a say as to what happens to these people. Now it is the Buddha's call. He and he alone determines what happens to it. Now he is the shepherd. He decides what happens. What they do, what they don't do, what they say, what they don't say, what they think, what they don't think, where they go and where they don't go. How lucky do you think these people might be? Again, to use the word lucky is a huge understatement. Won't you agree? Would you like to become one of them? Would you? How does one become one of them? By first of all understanding that every minute is not just another minute. Because until and unless you have understood what you had to put in to get that minute, you won't realize what you have to put in to that minute. Until and unless you realize how much you had to put in to get that minute, you won't realize how much you have to put in to that minute. Start counting your stars. Realize how fortunate you are. Allow the Buddha to reach you. He reaches you through the Dhamma. So allow the Dhamma to reach you. But you can't do that in a haphazard fashion. You got to do that with intention. You got to do that with determination. You got to do that with focus and attention. So when listening to the Dhamma, you mustn't allow other things to steal your opportunity to come into the embrace of the Buddha. So, how about you hand over that dog to someone else? Let them babysit it for the duration of the sermon. I think Facebook can wait for a few hours without you. I don't think they're going to go bust. I think you can learn how to make your patties after the sermon. Ice cream? Put that in the freezer, otherwise it's going to melt, of course. So stick it in the freezer and get it out after the sermon. Your phone, that's your worst enemy. Intoxication of your eyes and ears, both in one simple package, in one small package. That's what, part of that is what it has been designed for, to intoxicate you, visually and audibly. So put it to a side. It's not helping you right now. And then listen to the sermons like you used to listen to 6 years ago, 6 months ago. When you realized how lucky and fortunate you are. When you thought to yourself, good heavens, I didn't realize that the Buddha's Dhamma still prevails. And one day you came across that truth and you thought to yourself, this was the purpose of my being alive until this point. Become more like that person. Understand the value of what you have. Understand the value of who you're with. Don't become a victim of your own success. You've got to be very careful about this. Don't become a victim of your own success. It is your success, in other words, the merits that you have done in samsara, that has brought you this success. The sermons, in other words, the Dhamma, the Buddha, the Sangha, the Kalyana Mitras, all of this. Don't become a victim of it. Be careful. Don't waste your time. Because after all, your time is your most precious commodity. I've said this before. I'm saying it again. Your most precious commodity. Don't let those minutes slip by. While you're waiting for the bus, while you're waiting to catch the train, while you're waiting for a call from your friend, while you're waiting for the page to load, while you're waiting at the till for the checkout clerk to be free and call you next, while you're waiting to be served at the counter, in the bank, in the post office, don't allow those precious minutes to pass you by, because remember, it's not just another minute. It's not just another minute. It's a human minute. In fact, it's much more than a human minute. It's your human minute. And when we say your, it includes who you are, what you are, where you are, who you're with, why you're here, all of these things. So it's not just another human minute. Understand its value and look after it. Take care of it. You can't stop spending it, of course, because it's not something that you do. You can only maneuver it. Like the water that falls from the skies and flow into the ocean. You can't stop it. Even if you were to build a dam, at some point it's going to overflow, or you're going to have to open the dam gates. So you can't stop it. You can maneuver it though. Like a farmer irrigates his farmlands, the wise learn to irrigate their time. Remember, that minute that you waited for me to start the sermon, you're never going to get back. All of this is advice so that you could have spent that minute more wisely. But alas, that minute is gone now. See? You can't fix things retrospectively. Certainly not in the time dimension. Your most precious commodity, you can't fix. You can't make a better investment of it retrospectively. You can only do that in the present moment. You can't even do that for future. You have to do it in the present moment. Because the future is a mystery. Who knows whether it's going to come or not? The past is history, so you learn from it. And the present, of course, is a gift. So you use it wisely. That minute, you're never going to get back. That's gone. One day is going to come where you're going to wait a minute, just a minute, and you wait another minute, and you're waiting for the Swami Wahanse to start the sermon. You'll wait another minute. A few minutes later, you're still waiting. Swami Wahanse hasn't started the sermon. So you look around. Oh, and there's no Swami Wahanse. Swami Wahanse is gone. Where's Swami Wahanse? We thought every day on a Sunday at 2 o'clock, all we have to do is wait and the sermon starts. But we've been waiting now for 10-15 minutes and there's no Swami Wahanse. Yes, that day will come also. Who are you going to wait for then? Who's going to tell you then that 10 minutes you spent, this is how you should have spent it? Even so, you can spend the next 10 minutes wisely. So that's too late now. That's gone. It's not coming back. Once again, don't become a victim of your own success. From time to time, ask yourself, have I become a victim of my own success? What you have, you don't value. Most people, they don't value it. When they have time, they don't value it. When they have youth, they don't value it. When they have good health, they don't value it. When they have good, strong, healthy relationships, they don't value it. When they have the love of a mother and a father, they don't value it. When they have the care and affection of a loving wife or a husband, they don't value it. When they have a caring friend, they don't value it. So you human beings are almost pre-programmed to not value what they have. So they'll always regret. That's the way it works. They have been designed to be regretful. They'll wait for it, then it'll come, and then they won't have value for it, and then it'll go, and now they want it all of a sudden. Yeah, animals aren't like that. The funny thing is, animals aren't like that. When it's the right season, right, birds, they fly to whichever direction, in whichever direction they ought to be. Some birds fly south when it's the right season. When it's the right season, some animals, they come out of their hibernation. They don't go, give me another 10 minutes please, just another 10 more minutes. They don't do that because they don't have a snooze button. In the winter they go hibernate, and when winter comes to an end, they come out of their hibernation. They don't wait for anyone to come and wake them up. Animals don't do that. When the tide is right, fish, they'll swim either up or down. When it's time to eat, your dog will come out of its kennel into the kitchen almost and wait for its meal. And not just animals, both flora and fauna. Trees, when there's sunlight, the tree doesn't go, I'm going to skip the day and maybe tomorrow I'll try reaching out for sunlight. Doesn't do like that. The moment a drop of sunlight falls on its leaves, that's enough for a tree to start growing in that direction. No excuses. Have you ever heard a tree make excuses? If you put a rock between the soil and its roots, what does a tree do? Make excuses? Or will it not send its roots through the creaks of the rock and split it open, crack it open with no mercy? Because what does a tree say? If there's an obstacle, I ain't moving, it's got to move. What do you say? Obstacle, I'm not going. People like that, they're so dumb, they should have been born a tree. Pity they were born human beings. And after all, valuable human life is spent away. When you're messing with time, be very careful, because time is merciless. Last week also I mentioned throwing your excuses and how that can almost account to Aripuvada. The more I think about it, the more that makes sense. The more you say something's just too difficult for me, I just can't do it, it's not right for me, I can't do this, I can't study that, I can't do this, that and the other. What you're saying is the problem's on the outside. This is wrong, that is wrong, the other thing's wrong, the Dhamma is wrong, the Buddha's wrong, the Sangha's wrong. This is Aripuvada. And when you do that, it becomes that much more difficult for you to do anything. So don't mess with time. Time is merciless. Doesn't wait for anybody. Doesn't bend the rules for anybody. So make every minute count. Your minutes are not just another minutes. So next time, don't wait for the Swamin Wahanse to begin the sermon, because he may never. You have already learned the Dhamma. How many words, how many bits of advice, how many instructions have you already learned from these sermons? Put them into practice. Start applying them. Are you doing that? If you've done all that, then you can wait for Swami Nonse to see what else he has to say. But if you're not doing that, then Swami Nonse is waiting for you. Not you should be waiting for Swami Nonse. Don't be a victim of your own success. That's the last thing I have to tell you. Don't become a victim of your own success. Don't simply draw on the merits that you have acquired in the past and make it your life's plan to survive on it, because it's running out. It's most certainly running out. How do we know? Have you not aged since the time you first started listening to these sermons? So, has your merit not run out? Is it not running out steadily? If you started listening to these sermons 6 years ago, and you have 20 more years to live. When you first started listening to these sermons, you had 26 years worth of sermons to listen to. Now 6 years on, you still have only 20 years left to live. So now you only have 20 years worth of sermons to listen to. Has your merit run out or not? Or at least, is it not running out? And in those 20 years, what if you go deaf? What if you lose a limb? And you can no longer come to the monastery? If you don't become a Sotapanna, you could go insane mentally. Something puts you under a lot of pressure and you crack. That's it. How many things do you surround yourself with that can do that to you? Your son. Tomorrow morning you walk into his bedroom and you see him hanging from the fan with a noose around his neck. Is that not enough to make you go insane? Make you lose your sanity? So what's the point that you have another 20 years left to listen to the sermons? From there on, you're a mad woman. You won't understand a word I'm saying after that. On your way home from work, you get into a car crash. Your husband was driving the car. There was a container that he crashed into, and it was the corner of it came crashing in, tearing up the car's roof and crushed him to a paste. Now look at him and tell me that you won't lose your sanity. Imagine that and tell me you won't lose your sanity if that were to happen. So what's the point? You're going to be alive for another 20 years. You've gone insane. I can no longer help you. Corona might deal you a lucky card. Might terminate your visa at short notice. Then what's the point? You were destined to live for 20 years. All you need is to step on on the road without looking left, right and left again. One wrong footstep and that's it. So many things can go wrong. So many things can go wrong. You're working in your garden. Next thing you know it, a snake bites you. By the time the ambulance comes over, it's been a few minutes, almost half an hour now. By the time they get into the hospital, they might as well have taken a vegetable, because you're dead as one. Now what's the point? 20 more years left. What's the point? Someone said dengue is on the rise. You want me to give you a categorical list of all the ways you could die? I already mentioned the terminal cancer. That doesn't come knock knock knock, who's there? That's more like, hello, I'm here. Right? So that's what I'm saying. It's not just another minute. Be very, very careful with your time, folks. Right now you have it. That is why you don't value it as much. You know for a fact, if you were diagnosed with something terminal and you only had 2 weeks left, you'd be on the case of Nibbana like a monkey jumping from a tree to tree. Yes or no? So what's with the excuses then? Be mindful. Your salvation is yours to achieve. I can only guide you. That we will do until our last breath. And even after our last breath, we will remain as a token to remind you that even those who practiced and lived their life in the Dhamma passed away. Right? So even after our last breath, we'll still be around for a little bit longer to teach you that you must be heedful. Especially the young ones around today. Right? Those a few years younger to me, I'm probably going to outlive them. Probably. Unless they want to beat me to it. Time's ticking. It's not just another minute. It's not just another hour. It's not just another day. It's not just another month. It's not just another year. Do understand, it's not just another life. This is the one chance you've got. Take it or leave it. Now you'll get to hear about someone who understood the value of life. To realize the importance of time and making use of it to achieve their salvation, who realized their life's purpose, who lived in the lap of luxury and had everything under the sun, that one could want, one could wish for, but then went on to realize that none of this is of any essence, is of any value, is of any worth. He saw it, he got it, he understood it, he practiced it, he achieved it, and then he was free. Venerable Dasahandru has another story to relate you today. Another great elder in the Sambuddha Shasana. Are you all ready to take another lesson? I hope you're capturing those lessons. You have a week to put that into practice. Even if you don't understand a word of the sermons that I talk, a word of what I talk to you, there's no reason why you can't make sense of what comes after in the stories of these great elders and the things that they did to get there. I want you to make a hero out of it, out of their lives. I want them to become your heroes. A lot of young children today will have sports stars as their heroes. They were good, I'll give you that, but they weren't that good. Some of them will have celebrities like sports personalities and media personalities or entertainment figures in the entertainment industry. Others will have made up characters, comical characters. I think it's time to really make a real hero, someone you can really become, someone who's really worth becoming, someone who's worthy of becoming. I don't know of any sports star who the Sakadeva Mahabrahma comes and prays and worships and is looking for an opportunity to mark their respects. I don't know of any sports star like that. Neither actresses nor actors. I don't think that happens. But in all of these stories, you come across great personalities whose virtue is beyond words, beyond measure. They're the real heroes. And lucky for you, these are not new names to you. Their stories may be new, relatively. How they got there may be new, but you'll have heard of all these names in the past. And it's about time to make one of them your heroes. He's been sharing with us the lives of both monks and nuns. So whether you're male or female, you've all got an ample opportunity to make a role model out of at least one of these characters. Some of these stories, some of these people, some of these arahants you may not have heard of in any great deal. A lot of people, if they have a hero and one of them is an arahant, if you ask them who's your hero, most people will say it's the great elder Sariputta, the great elder Moggallana, Mahakashyapa. Fair enough, but I think that's because they have not heard of or don't know the stories of a lot of the others. That's a real shame. There were 80 great elders, 80 in number. Each of them remarkable figures, exemplary figures. So find one among them, at least, and become like them a little bit. Find one quality, one personality trait, one characteristic that you believe you can follow rather than imitate, and embrace that. It may be patience, it may be resolve, it may be courage, it may be determination, it may be humbleness. Seek and you shall find. Listen attentively, and you will find them. Last week you got to hear the story of Gautami, who was fondly named as Kisa Gautami, as she was very lean. So she was not her physique was not very attractive. She came from a poor family. Do you recall that her father-in-law? So these are the things I learned from those stories. I listened to each and every one of them, at least twice. I'm true to my word. If a sermon's worth listening to, I think it's worth listening to at least twice. The first time you don't know what's coming. Second time you know what came, and therefore you are prepared for what's coming. What you can get out of listening to a sermon at least twice, you can get at least 75 to 80%. If you listen to a sermon once, of all that you can get from it, you can get about 10 to 15%. That goes up to about 70% if you listen to a sermon twice. Listen to it 3 times, you're in the region of 80-85%. 100% is almost an impossibility. Oh, right, if you can't do it all, I'm not going to bother. That old excuse. Don't go for the all or none policy. Right? It's meaningless. Some people are like that. It's just a joke. I want all of it or nothing at all. That's just a joke. The reason you haven't got all of it is because you're not deserving of it. So how does one become deserving of it? To start and do the best you can. The more you achieve, the more you become deserving. That's the way it works. So play by the rules of the system. Don't try to break the system. Don't try to play against the system. You will lose out. So anyway, coming back to what I learned from that story. Do you recall that Kisa Gautami approached this? So this was a vendor or a merchant who had lost all his possessions, and he wanted to give his son off in marriage. So he was at the market, and he had something of little value, coal, as a friend had suggested. What did the friend suggest to this merchant? If you want to give your son's hand off in marriage, now you don't have much wealth. Right? So you recall, this is a time a time in society where they had the dowry. If you wanted a daughter, you had to pay a lot for it. So, or at least the wedding, you had to pay a lot for it. That was the way it worked. And so the merchant, he had a son who he wanted to give or marry off, and as he had lost everything, their family was not one that people wanted to get associated with. Different story when they had a lot, but after they lost everything, he realized that I've lost all my friends, and it's going to be difficult for me to find a daughter or a girl to marry my son off. So what did he do? He gathered up, collected whatever he had, things of little value. Of course, in the books it says it's coal. Might have been coal, might have been something of very little value. Perhaps it's a metaphor. And the friend advised, take this to the market. You'll find a girl, or you'll find someone will approach you. It may be a man or woman. If it's a woman, and so whoever, well, they'll approach you and they'll ask you, why are you selling gold? So they'll see the coal and they'll ask you, why are you selling gold? If you find someone like that, then that's a suitable partner for your son. If it's a man, give your daughter's hand in marriage to him. If it's a woman, give your son's hand in marriage to her. So that was what he had planned to do. You remember all this from the story, right? So he went to the market. I'm showing you what lesson I took from Dasahamru's sermon there, and I'm sure you all did as well. So he went to the market, and now he has this stall in which he's selling things of very little value. Gautami comes along. She looks at the coal and she asks, why are you selling gold? Almost everyone who came before her asked, why are you selling coal? And she's asking, why are you selling gold? If you dig deep, you'll find there's an important message here. It's not like coal, and what did the man say? In her hands, coal will turn to gold. Right? I think this is metaphorical. It is only my personal opinion. Don't ask me where it is in the book. This is my personal opinion. This is the lesson I took from it. After all, as I said, you need to relate these things to your life. What was it? Drop the telescope, pick up the microscope. That's what I'm doing. I practice what I preach. So I thought this was metaphorical. The way I read it was, this man wanted to give his sons, or they could give his children away in marriage. And because he had lost everything, this is the merchant, because he had lost everything, now his children were not as attractive as they used to be, because they were no longer a wealthy family. You will know how wealth plays an important part in choosing a prospective partner. It sounds almost disgusting to even think about it, doesn't it? You're finding a life partner, and the amount of money you have in your bank account makes a big part, has a big part to play in it. I'll love you if you have a lot of money. Interesting. So this man, this merchant, he had no chance now of showing or giving away his money, or at least claiming to be rich and wealthy to find a prospective partner for his children. But instead of looking for, so clearly he could not attract someone of wealth. He could not attract a son-in-law or a daughter-in-law who was wealthy, because he did not have a lot of wealth. But instead, what he wanted was to find someone who had a gold heart. Someone who had a gold heart. A heart of gold. What does it mean to have a heart of gold? What it means is, for someone, when you're in trouble, to approach you and to cheer you up. To see that you're in a plight, in a difficult situation, that trouble has overcome you, and to come and talk to you, cheer you up, help pacify and heal those wounds. So here's what I think Gautami did. She approached the stall where this man had things of very little value, just bric-a-brac. And when having seen this, she probably knew that these were wealthy merchants. But today, this family is at the stall selling things of very little value. So surely some misfortune must have come to them. I must go and cheer them up. So she approached them, and coal turned to gold. How? In her hands. Indeed, in her hands. In her heart. Their troubles vanished. She cheered them up. She looked at them, she talked to them. She helped them relax. And she helped them say, don't worry, these things happen to everybody. I also come from a poor family. And look at me. People call me Kisa because I'm lean and I'm not that attractive. Misfortune has come to all of us. In the face of the vicissitudes of life, we must remain strong and courageous and not be weak. I believe these are the words that she shared with the merchant and his son. Having listened to these words, which father would be reluctant to give away his loving son to a girl like that? And therefore he found a suitable partner for his son. So did coal turn to gold in Kisa Gautami's hands? Yes. Coal turned to glistening gold in her hands. The family was down. It says that the merchant, this merchant who had lost everything, he was in bed and he didn't want to do anything for several days on. You remember from previous week's sermon. He didn't want to do anything. He was just wasting away. So it would have been obvious. These used to be rich people, had the finest clothing. They looked very wealthy, used to. And Kisa realized this, or Gautami realized this. I would assume that she'd seen them before. But this time round she realized these men, these people, they are now distraught. They've lost everything. This is why they're coming into the stall. They never used to go to a stall and sell things like that. They used to be rich merchants. He even had servants who would probably have done the selling on his behalf, but now he's at the stall selling things at the market. So Gautami realized, these people, they have lost everything. I need to go and help them. I don't have money, but I have a heart that can turn coal to gold. And that's what she did. Must understand, folks, only Suduministu go on to become Arahants. Can you see a Sudumanusya there? She could just have walked past. There was nothing for her to gain from getting involved in that conversation. She just walked up to the stall to help cheer up a downbeat family who looked like they were helpless. She showed them mercy. She showed them kindness and compassion. She turned their frowns upside down. This is the stuff that Arahants are made of. What are you made of? What do you want to be made of? That's the lesson I took from last week's story. So you have another story coming up today. Every week I'll share with you, where I can, the story, what lesson I take from those great lives. What story are you going to take away today? What lesson are you going to take today from these fantastic characters? So I'll leave you with that question. Okay? Once again, remember, it's not just a minute. Be careful with your time. Otherwise, without you knowing it, it'll all be gone. Right, with that, I'll hand you over to Venerable Dasa Swami Nohanse, who will continue with the rest of the sermon, Trance Merits, and he will bring the sermon to a close. I promise to make a separate playlist on YouTube with the stories of the great Arahants, and that will be done shortly, and information about that will also be shared in due course. May the noble Triple Gem always be with you.
Okay. Before we commence, let's take a few moments to chant Namaskar. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Okay. May you all be seated. Today we're going to talk about an Arhat who, back when he was a lay person, who you could say was a bit spoiled, but yet further in his life became an Arhat and was free from all defilements. So let's start the story. So today we're going to talk about the Venerable Anuruddha. So back in the time of the Buddha, born in the Sakyan clan, the cousin of Prince Siddhartha and the half-brother of Ananda. Anuruddha was born and had a older brother and older sister called Mahanama and Rohini. Anuruddha lived in a life of luxury. Just like the Prince Siddhartha, he also had 3 palaces. One for the cold seasons, one for the hot seasons, and one for the rainy seasons. It is said that during the rainy seasons, he didn't need to step out of the palace. He was surrounded by female servants, and all his needs were fulfilled. During his childhood, due to his great merits that he's done in the past, he's never heard the word Nati, or there isn't any, or there aren't any. You see, during his childhood, one day, he was playing a game of marbles with his friends, and to make the game more exciting, he started to bet using cakes. So on the first game, he bet cake and he lost the match, lost the game. And so he sent a message to his mother telling her to send him some cakes. So the mother obviously sent some cakes to her son. And the second game, Anuruddha bet some more cakes. And again, second game, he lost. Again, sent a message to his mother, telling her to send some cakes. And again, she sent cakes. And then the third game, same thing happened. Now the mother thought that this wasn't gonna go well. That he should learn a lesson not to bet. So after the third game, Anuruddha again lost the match and again asked for some cakes. But this time, his mother sent a message back saying there aren't any cakes. So Anuruddha had never heard the word there aren't any or there isn't any. So he was confused. He's heard of many cake types, but he's never heard of there aren't any cakes. So he sends a message back to his mother. Okay, then if there is, so send me a plate full of there aren't any cake. So his mother sent an empty plate. But again, due to his merits and the debts that some deities had towards him, every time his mother sent an empty plate, he was filled mid-journey with celestial cakes. So when it reached Anuruddha, it was full of cakes, celestial cakes, and having tasted it, they tasted much better than the normal cake. So every time he wanted cakes now, all he had to ask for was, Mother, can you send me a plate of there aren't any cakes? And every single time he gets sent an empty plate, but when it reaches him, it's full of celestial cakes. So you can imagine that he almost got everything he wanted. To never hear there isn't any, there aren't any, means whenever he asked for something, he received it. So he had a free and luxurious life, even though he wasn't a prince. He lived his life joyfully, and you can almost say that he was a bit spoiled. But one day, his whole life turned over. One day, the Buddha went to Kapilavastu, so near the town where Anuruddha was living. And so most families in the Sakyan clan had at least one person ordained. So So Mahanama, seeing this, had told his brother, the Buddha had arrived to Kapilavastu, and most of the prominent Sakyan families have at least one person ordained, which means, brother, either you or I have to ordain. Hearing this, Anuruddha was shocked, and he muttered, I've been delicately nurtured. I can't go forth from home to homeless. And then his brother explained, okay, if you don't want to ordain and I ordain, then let me tell you what you're going to have to do once I ordain. So we have some land, we have some fields, so you have to plow the fields, you have to sow it, you have to let the water in, you have to then let the water back out. If there's any weeds, you have to weed it, you have to collect stock, collect threshold, you have to make sure the straw is winnowed, you have to make sure the chaff is winnowed, you have to make sure the chaff is sifted, and then make sure they all are bought in, you have to make sure they're all sold, and then when you receive the money, then you can spend it. But the work, you have to repeat it, the same process next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. Anuruddha was surprised. He had no idea how much work was put behind all his luxury. And not only that, he was surprised that if his brother ordained, it is he who has to do all of this, or make sure all of this is done. So he asked, brother, when will the work stop? When can I stop working and then be able to live satisfied? Well, young brother, there is no stop. Even after our grandfather dies, there'll still be work. Even after our father dies, you're still going to have to work. There is no stop to this. At that moment, Anuruddha had already changed his mind. He already decided that he was going to ordain. This almost shows that he's never seen how much hard work others had to do to earn money. And that shows that he didn't need to even think about where all his luxury came from. Because he's never heard the word there isn't any. It's almost like whenever he asked for it, it was there. But then, that moment onwards, after his brother had made him change his mind, going through that day, he had a lot to think about. He was reminded of what his brother had said, and he remembered that, okay, let's say I had to work, and there'll be endless toil, and I have to strive very hard. But then there's a cycle of rebirth, and so after I die now, after this endless struggling, I'm going to die and then be reborn, and then again have to struggle, and then again die and then be reborn, and who knows what I'm going to be reborn as. So each time throughout the day, he thought about this, each time his life became meaningless. And each time he remembered this, each time the other option became more attractive. So instantly, he went to his mother and asked his mother to give him permission to be ordained. Instantly, the mother refused. But Anuruddha couldn't take no for an answer. So again and again and again, until he was satisfied with the answer, he asked his mother again and again and again. Finally, his mother didn't say yes, but didn't say no either. What she did say was, you know your friend, you know that Prince Badya, if he ordains with you, I'll give you permission to ordain. So you can imagine how happy he was being given permission to be ordained. So you can imagine him running over to Prince Badya and asking him and telling him, Prince Badya, oh good friend, my ordination depends on you. My mother only gives me permission if you ordain with me. You see, his mother, so Anuruddha's mother, thought that Prince Badya would be more attracted or is more attached to worldly pleasures and worldly things, so he won't agree with it. And so Prince Badya replies, well, there shall be an ordination, no matter if it depends on me. He was going to say, I shall come with you, but he stopped mid-sentence. He was overcome with regret, because he wanted more power, he wanted more wealth, and he was attached to worldly pleasures. And so he says, Anuruddha, you go and be ordained according to your wish. But again, Anuruddha didn't take no for an answer. Again, he started nagging this prince, his good friend, please, until the prince said, Anuruddha, let's get ordained in 7 years. So starting from today, in another 7 years' time, you and I will be ordained. Anuruddha said, 7 years? That is too long. Way too long. I can't wait 7 years. And again, please, step by step, 7 years turned into 7 days. Just enough time for the prince to settle affairs and appoint his successor. Prince Badya was true to his word. In 7 days, himself and Anuruddha were readying their journey to go and get ordained. But seeing this attempt to ordination, another 4 people decided to ordain as well. 4 people from the Sakyan clan. So together, the group of 6 decide to leave their worldly life and go from home to homeless. So these 6 people were the Prince Badya, Anuruddha, Ananda, Bhagu, Kimbala, and Devadatta. Now, the 6 of them were planning to be ordained, but they had to do this secretly because they didn't want it to be publicized and a lot of people to know about it. So they decided that they were going to go in the direction of the pleasure gardens. So everyone would think that they were just leaving just to the pleasure gardens and enjoy their time. So the group of 6 with the Baba Upali, the royal Baba Upali and royal escorts leave the town. Now, in mid-journey, they send back the royal escorts. And going further, they take off their jewelry, they take off their ornaments, they cut their hair and tie it all in a bag and pass it to the Baba Upali and told him to go and live his life, and the money that he'll get for all the jewelry will be enough to live a happy life. So this Baba Upali takes the bag, and just before he takes a step away, he remembers the fact that if he goes back to his village, and if people see the jewelry that he has got in his bag, everyone will think that he took these six young people and murdered them and stole their jewelry to get money. So he decided that he couldn't go back. So he turned to the prince and said, "My dear prince, I can't go back. If I go back, I'll be murdered because no one will trust me that you all ordained. They would think that I murdered you. So I can't go back now. If you all can be ordained, then so can I." So he went and hung his bag on top of a tall branch and joined the group of 6 to make a group of 7 on their journey to be ordained. So once they went and met with the master, the Buddha, they asked for ordination, and not only asked for ordination, they also requested that Upali, the royal Baba, should be the first to ordain. They said that the people of the Sakyan clan are very proud people, and so please, O Venerable Sir, can our faithful Baba, our faithful servant who's worked for us for many years, Upali, please can he be ordained first to break our pride? The Buddha agrees, and they all ordained the same day. Each of their ordinations were very successful. Within the first year, Prince Badya, or now Venerable Badya, became an Arhat. Venerable Anuruddha got the supernatural power of divine eye. The Venerable Ananda became Sotapanna. Venerable Devadatta got ordinary or mundane supernatural powers. And later on, Bhaggu and Kimbala, they also became an Arhat. But Anuruddha's ordination, his spiritual journey wasn't an easy one. He had some difficulties in attaining Arhathood. It is said in the scriptures that one day the Buddha came to the Buddha went to visit Anuruddha because he had problems with meditation. And so the Buddha replied with saying, you see, Anuruddha, the Buddha also had this problem before he became the Buddha. And so he instructed Anuruddha to overcome the defilements of the mind. Another time, Venerable Anuruddha went to see Venerable Sariputta because again he had a problem. Venerable Anuruddha said that, "Oh Venerable Sariputta, my divine eye is purified. I can see thousands of world systems. My energy is firm. My mindfulness is alert. My body is tranquil. But yet, I am still not free from defilements. I'm not free from the cankers. What should I do?" And so Venerable Sariputta replies, "O Venerable Anuruddha, your ideas on your divine eye is conceit. Your firm energy, your alert mindfulness, your tranquil body, that's all restlessness. And your mind not being free from defilements, that's worry. Remove these three and your journey will become easier." And soon, through his journey, he became cankerless, he became defilementless. He was free from defilements. He became an Arhat. Not only that, Venerable Anuruddha became the foremost bhikkhu with divine eye. It is said that Venerable Anuruddha enjoyed being alone, isolated. But yet in one sutra, it is said that Venerable Anuruddha had 500 students. Each of them have developed a stage of this divine eye. And also through his journey, spiritual journey, he also had practiced the austere practices. He used to go around for alms. He used to go around begging for alms. He used to wear robes from discarded rags. And he refrained from going into the lying position, which means it is said that he hadn't slept for 25 years. But in his older ages, it is said that he allowed himself a little sleep after he became an Arhat. And also, he also had a lot of supernatural powers as well. One time, a Brahma was very proud of his state, and when he looked down onto the earth, he saw members of the Mahasangha, and thought that these people can't get up to my level. I am higher than each, and I'm higher than them. Now the Buddha saw this. The Buddha saw that. The Buddha read what this Brahma was thinking, and so at that moment, in a flash of light, the Buddha disappeared from the earth and reappeared in the Brahma realm, close to this Brahma. Seeing this, the Brahma was surprised. But then the great Arhat Moggallana and Venerable the great Arhat Anuruddha, with a few others, was looking for the Buddha, and saw that with their divine eyes, saw that the Buddha was in the Brahma realm, and so they also decided that they would want to visit the Buddha, and so they also disappeared from the human realm and reappeared in the Brahma realm. This made this Brahma so surprised that his pride was broken. He was now open to the Dharma, and so when the Buddha preached, he was able to become Sotapan. You see, the Venerable Anuruddha was also pretty handsome, because throughout his life, even as a monk, he was very... There's been parts in his life where even deities have come to him. For example, in one occasion, Venerable Anuruddha was dwelling alone in a forest, and a female deity called Jalini came from the heavens and appeared in front of him. Jalini was in one of her past lives was the queen and the wife of the great King Sakra. And Venerable Anuruddha at that time was the Sakadeva. So out of her old attachment to him, she wanted to reunite with him, wanted them to resume their relationship as king and queen. So with this intention, she goes to Venerable Anuruddha and tells him to be reborn in the heavens, to be the great King Sakka. So she says things like do good things, and so you'll be born in the heavens, and so you can be with me. You'll shine, and you'll be highly honored. You'll be surrounded with celestial maidens. Come to the heavens with me. But Anuruddha replies that I don't need celestial maidens. I don't need to be pleased with my senses. Because he explains that who remains attached to these celestial maidens will become miserable. Because attachment leads to suffering. But Jalini didn't understand any of these words. So she started to describe the pleasures of the heavenly planes and say, your human world doesn't know happiness. If you want to see happiness, go to the heavens. They are glorious devas. But Anuruddha, however, was an arhat. He didn't see any pleasures in the heavens. So he replies, don't you know, you fool, that I am an arhat. I will never dwell again. I'll never become a deva, O Jalini. My wandering on in rebirth is ended. For me, there's no more rebecoming. And hearing this, Jalini leaves. Another occasion, many female deities called the Graceful Ones. They appeared in front of Anuruddha and told him that they could do marvelous things. They could change color at will. They can produce any sound or any voice. And they can give and they can receive instantly any pleasure they want. So to test them, Venerable Anuruddha mentally wished them to be blue. And so as they could read his thoughts, they became blue, with blue ornaments, with blue jewelry, with blue clothes. And then Venerable Anuruddha again wished them to be another color. So yellow, red, white. And again they, following his wish, became these colors. And so these female deities, seeing that Venerable Anuruddha is thinking about different colors, thought that the Venerable was pleased with their presence. And so they started to sing and dance. But Venerable Anuruddha wasn't pleased. He did not find any pleasure in their performance. They didn't find any pleasure in them. And so he turned his senses away and returned to meditation. Seeing this, they instantly left. And on another occasion, the Venerable Anuruddha was journeying through the town, but as night was falling, he needed to find an accommodation to rest. There was no monastery or there was no temple nearby, so he went to an inn, the nearest inn, and asked for a night's lodging. And so he was given a place to stay, But as the evening slowly turned into night, more and more travelers started to enter the inn. The place became more and more crowded. And so the inn's hostess, she told Venerable Anuruddha that she could prepare another place for him to stay. And so Venerable Anuruddha agreed silently. The hostess, however, had only made that suggestion because she had fallen in love with him. So after preparing the room, she dressed beautifully, perfumed herself, put on her jewelry, approached Venerable Anuruddha, saying, "You, Venerable Sir, are very handsome, graceful, and very good looking. And so am I. It'll be good, Venerable Sir, if you take me as your wife." But Venerable Anuruddha remained silent. Didn't say a word. Then the inn's hostess offered him all her riches. The Venerable Anuruddha still remained silent. Then she took off her upper garment and started dancing in front of him. She sat down, she laid down in front of him, but the Venerable Anuruddha was an arhat. His senses, he wasn't pleased with this, and so again he turned his senses, his attention away from her. He paid no attention to her. Seeing that none of this is affecting the Venerable in any sort of way, she exclaims that it is astonishing, O Venerable Sir. It's unbelievable. Many men have offered me hundreds and thousands to win my hand in marriage, but you, ascetic, whom I myself have asked, does not desire me or my wealth. So the woman put on her upper garment and fell at the Venerable's feet and asked for forgiveness. But now this was the first time Venerable Anuruddha opened his mouth. He opened his mouth to pardon her, and also telling her to guard herself in the future. At that moment she left. Next morning, as though nothing had happened, she went to Venerable Anuruddha and bought him some breakfast. When Venerable Anuruddha started to preach the Dharma, and she became a devoted lay follower of the Buddha. The Venerable Anuruddha continued his journey and reached the monastery at Savatthi. And most of the monks asked him about his journey. And so he told them about what happened. And the Buddha called him and told him and asked him if he'd stayed a night in a woman's quarter. From then on, the Buddha proclaimed a rule which prohibited any other monk from doing this. Now, as time goes on, Venerable Anuruddha wanted to give the Dharma to his family as well. So he decides to go. He decides to go to his town and decides to go and visit his parents. And when he arrives, everyone is there, from his parents to his relatives to his brother, but his sister had not arrived. So Venerable Anuruddha went and asked where his sister was, and everyone told him that she had a skin disease. She was ashamed to show herself in public. So she had not arrived. But then the Venerable Anuruddha told her to come covered in cloth, which she agreed. And so Venerable Anuruddha told her to solve her problems, she could help construct an assembly hall for the Mahasangha. So she sold all her jewelry and gave the money. And the Venerable Anuruddha supervised the arrangements. Soon after the assembly hall was built, the skin disease had disappeared. And she gave a dana to the Buddha and the Mahasangha. And the Buddha explained that in her past life she was jealous. She was a queen, and she was jealous of one of the king's dancing girls. And because of this jealousy, she decides to torment her. So she sprinkled dry scabs over her body and her bed, and due to this deed, she was born. Due to this deed, in this life, she had a skin disease. By the end of the sermon, Rohini became Sotapan. You see, even throughout the Venerable Anuruddha's previous lives, he was very meritorious. Through most of his lives, he was mostly in the heavens. So like other prominent disciples, Venerable Anuruddha one hundred thousand eons in the past, back in the time of the Buddha Padumuttara, was a time where he got his prophecy of becoming the foremost bhikkhu with the divine eye. So at the time he was a wealthy householder, and he saw the Buddha appoint a monk for the foremost among who have the divine eye. And so he decided that he wanted to become like this as well. And so he received the prophecy that that at the time of the Buddha Gautama, he will get his wish. after the Buddha's parinibbana, he approached the monks and asked them how he could what he could do to get this divine eye. They told him, if you offer lamps, if you offer all lamps, you are getting the merits to have this divine eye. So this householder offered many thousands of lamps around the golden shrine that held the Buddha's relics. And again, back in the time of the Buddha of Kasyapa, after the parinibbana of the Buddha, so after the passing of the Buddha, he placed bowls filled with oil and ghee and lit them around the Buddha shrine. And not only that, he held a bowl on top of his head throughout the night. And again, back in a previous Buddha called Sumedha, Anuruddha had seen the Buddha meditating alone in a forest at the foot of a tree. And night was falling, so he decides to set up some lights around him. And he fueled these lights for 7 days. So the result of all of this was, in his last life, he would become an Arhat and be the foremost monk with the divine eye. And also, after that life, he was born as a king of the Devas for 30 eons, and a human king 28 times. And this king could see for miles. He had an eyesight which meant he could see for miles. And also, before our Buddha, back when there wasn't the dispensation of the Mahasangha, he was born in a poor family. His name was Anabar. He earned his living by working for a rich merchant called Sumana. One day, a Pacheka Buddha called Uparitta emerged after being in Nirodha Samapatti and had entered the city going around for alms. Seeing this, Anabhara went into his house and with his wife prepared a meal for this Pacheka Buddha and offered him some portions that they prepared all by themselves. And so this wealthy merchant, Sumana, learned that his employer had done a really good deed and wanted to buy it from him. But Anabhara said that he couldn't sell it. For it doesn't matter how much money you're going to offer me, I'm not going to sell my merit. But again, this wealthy merchant Sumana started to pressure him. And so Anabhara went to this Pacheka Buddha and asked, Can I sell my merit? But this Pacheka Buddha Uparitta said, you can't sell your merit, but you can transfer it. You can share it. Simply by telling your friend to rejoice in the merits. It's like one flame, one lamp lighting the other. The first lamp fire doesn't extinguish, it grows bigger. He explained that the merit, after sharing your merits, your merit doesn't decrease or disappear, it increases. So Anabbar went to Sumana, the wealthy merchant of Sumana, and told him to rejoice in the merits. So Sumana was very happy with this opportunity, and so he gave Anabbar a generous reward and brought him to the king. The king too had heard that Anabbar had done a great meritorious deed and wanted to give Anabbar a bonus, and gave him some land to build a house. And so on that site, wherever the workmen had dug, to put the foundation, wherever the workmen had dug, they found boxes and they found crates of buried treasure, pots and pots of treasure that had materialized because of the merits that Anabbar had done by offering to the Pacheka Buddha. At that moment, Anabbar became the king's treasurer, and the merit of offering to this Pacheka Buddha had carried on until his last life, where he hadn't heard the word "there isn't any." So after the Venerable Anuruddha attained arhatship, he using divine eyes saw his previous lives and thought, where is my old friend, the merchant Sumana? Where is he reborn? And using his divine eyes saw that this child was a child now, child of 7 years, and his name was Chula Sumana. He was living in a market not very far from where he was. And so Venerable Anuruddha made his journey there, spent a rain season of 3 months living with the support of Chula Sumana's family. After the rain retreat, he gave Chula Sumana the novice ordination. But as soon as he shaved the head of the boy had attained arhatship. It is said in his Theravada, 7 times I was a human king, and I exercised rulership. Lord Janbushabda, a conqueror, I ruled over an entire continent. Without force, without weapons, I exercised my command by the Dharma. From here 7 and another 7, thus 14 turns around birth. I recall my previous lives. Then I dwelt in the Deva worlds, which means most of his lives he was either Deva, so the king of Devas, or human king, or he had a very very happy life. So as time goes on, Venerable Anuruddha came to the parinibbana of the Buddha. He played a very major role in that. The Venerable Ananda said that the Buddha said, Venerable Anuruddha, the Buddha has passed away. But Venerable Anuruddha, using his divine eye, saw that the Buddha hadn't passed away. He was in the state of Nirodha Samapatti, and told everyone that the Buddha hasn't passed away yet. He was in the state of Nirodha Samapatti. Soon after, the Buddha started to descend from his samadhi, and the moment came where he passed away. There, the Venerable Anuruddha said that my good friend Ananda, the Blessed One, has now passed away. And then he tells the group of people who have gathered around the Buddha, who are lamenting, who are grieving, he tells them, enough friends, do not grieve, do not lament. Follow what the Buddha has said. The Buddha had told us to follow the path, so let us follow the path. He also informed that to the monks that deities too were lamenting. That the deities, they were rolling around, weeping, flinging themselves on the ground, saying that it was too soon that the Blessed One attained parinibbana. It's too soon that the eye of the world had vanished from our sight. And told the monks that they should not lament, that they should follow the path and do what the Buddha had told them to. So the Venerable Anuruddha and the Venerable Ananda will spend the rest of the night near their deceased master, and in the morning the Venerable Anuruddha asked Ananda to announce the passing away of the Blessed One to the nearest village, Kusinarar. So once the message was sent, 8 very strong men tried to lift the body and put it in a funeral pyre, but they couldn't. And so they went to Venerable Anuruddha and asked why they were unable to do it. Venerable Anuruddha had told them that the Devas had wanted another way to do this ceremony, and so the funeral went the way that the Devas had wanted. Soon after the parinibbana of the Buddha, the first Buddhist council was called. And to join this Buddhist council, the number one requirement was for everyone to attend had to be an arhat. By that time, the Venerable Ananda was an arhat. And so the elder monks led by the Venerable Anuruddha urged him to attain Nibbana. So the Venerable Anuruddha had also helped Ananda attain Nibbana. So he helped his half brother as well as his sister to attain Nibbana. So in no time, Venerable Ananda became an arhat, and so the first Buddhist council was held. And so during this first council, the Venerable Anuruddha was entrusted in the preservation of the Anguttara Nikaya, which is available to us today to study and to use. Now it is said in this Theravada that in the village of the Vijayans, in the Velua village of the Vijayans, below a thicket of bamboo trees, cankerless, I shall pass into Nibbana when my life is spent. So at the age of 115, the Venerable Anuruddha passed away. So that is the story of the great Arhat Venerable Anuruddha, who from a person who lived a very luxurious life to a person who had practiced the austere practices and became cankerless, was free from defilements, and had attained the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Now, in his previous lives, he had attained this divine eye by offering light to the Buddha. Now, whenever you see or whenever you offer lights to the Buddha, whether it's a candle, whether it's an oil lamp, some sort of light, when you offer it to the Buddha, let it remind you of the great Arhat Venerable Anuruddha. And let it remind you that he was able to become an Arhat by offering light to the Buddha. So whenever you get a chance to offer light, make a determination, may you also be able to feel the same happiness that Venerable Anuruddha had felt. May your mindset be like his. May through the offering of this light, may my eye of wisdom open. May this eye of wisdom open, may it expel the darkness of ignorance. Just as the light from the oil lamp expels the darkness, may the light, the eye of wisdom, be opened in me and expel the darkness of ignorance. So whenever you get a chance to make an offering to the Buddha, let yourself be reminded of the Venerable Anuruddha, of his life. And let's not also forget that he was able to say in his Theragatha, right? In the Veluwane village of the Vijayans, below the thicket of bamboo trees, cankerless, I shall pass to Nibbana, where my life is spent. Which almost shows that he was able to pass away peacefully without a modicum of suffering. He was able to spend most of his life free from suffering. Number one, because of his immense merit that he's done in the past. But number two, he was lucky to be able to be given the permission to be ordained. It was because of his brother. He had the mindset of ordaining. It was because of his mother's permission that he was able to ordain. And because of all of this, he was fortunate enough to live his life free from defilements. He was able to live his life free from any mental pains. That not even the heavenly deities, female deities, can tempt him to go back. Not even the female deities could tempt him. He was free. All because his mother gave him permission to ordain. Because of that, he was able to meet the Buddha. Because of that, he was able to meet the Venerable Sariputta. And because of that, he was able he was even able. So his mother told him to go and ask the Prince Baddiya if to only agree if Prince Baddiya also agreed to go as well. And Prince Baddiya within a year became an Arhat. So the person that the mother hoped could stop him became an Arhat in a year. So how lucky is he to have a mother like that? Okay then. Let's take a few moments to transfer merits and conclude the sermon. Let's take a moment to transfer merits that we've acquired by making offerings to the infinite virtues of the triple gem, chanting period, listening to the Dharma, and engaging in various meritorious deeds today. So first and foremost, let us remind ourselves how incredibly fortunate we are to be in receipt of Lord Buddha's teaching. And with immense gratitude, let us transfer these merits to the Bhikshu, Bhikshunis, Upasakas, Upasikas, who since time immemorial have protected and preserved the sublime teaching of the Buddha, and pass it down through the generations of the noble lineage in the form of the Tripitaka, which is thankfully available to us to study, to understand, to comprehend the Dharma. Let us also transfer these merits that required to all the members of the Mahasangha present throughout the world, including the chief prelates of all the chapters who have dedicated their lives to the noble path and have committed themselves to the betterment of all sentient beings. Let us not forget that among them are the monks and nuns resident in your local temples, your local nunneries, who have always been by your side through thick and thin, come rain or shine. Let us also transfer merits to Guru Saranvans and all the other monks resident in this monastery, as well as the Anagarikas and Anagarikas attached to the monastery. Let us also take a moment to transfer these merits and express our gratitude to those who have made great efforts to disseminate the teachings of the Buddha. Be that by transliterating these sermons, sharing them out with others, inviting others to join them, may through the power of these merits, if any of them have been born on the woeful plains, may they redeem themselves and be born on the blissful plains. And through the power of these merits, may they abstain from unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also transfer merits that we require to our devotees. Friends of the monastery who for sake of merits continue to sustain the Mahasangha. This includes every one of you who contributed to the construction of the monastery, to those of you who provide the Mahasangha with shelter, alms, robes, medicines, as well as those who passed on their know-hows, extended their well wishes. May through the power of these merits, may they abstain from the meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us all take a moment to transfer merits to our mothers, fathers, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, nephews, nieces, our elders, friends and acquaintances, employers, employees, and all those who have helped us, supported us, assisted us in any way, shape or form. By the power of the merits, may they be healed of any physical and mental ailments, and overcome the obstacles in their spiritual progress. May they abstain from the meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us all take a moment to transfer merits to Devas, Brahmas, spirits and demons, primarily the Sakradeva, as well as the numerous gods and deities who have committed to protect and fulfill the Sambuddha Sasana. Let us all take a moment to transfer merits to our guardian deities who keep a watchful eye over us and keep us out of harm's way. May through the power of these merits, may they prosper in divine power and wisdom. May they abstain from the meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us all take a moment to transfer merits to our ancestors who predeceased us. To those who have been our family, our friends and acquaintances in this infinitely long journey in samsara, who have helped us, supported us, assisted us in any way they could, let us transfer these merits. Let us all transfer these merits to the armed forces as well as the police force, who have sacrificed their lives to protect the peace and harmony of our nation. May all those who have lost their lives in war, be their friend or foe, rejoice in the merits we require today. Let us also transfer merits to those who have lost their lives in natural calamities such as tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides, pandemics, reminding ourselves that among them will be those who have been our friends and family to us in this long journey in samsara. Let us take a moment to transfer merits to them. May through the power of the merits, if any of them have been born on the woeful plane, may they redeem themselves and be born on the blissful plane. May they abstain from the meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, let us all resolve, may through the power and blessings of all the merits we have done acquired today, we bear witness the event of many hundreds and thousands of arhats in this blessed land. And finally, may through the power of all the merits we acquired today, you and I and everyone who have made this program a success become an Arhatan Vanse, or an Arhat Mehin Vanse in this very life, in the era of Gautama Supreme Buddha itself. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. May I know Prabhu Jam be with you all forever. We'll now conclude the sermon here. May I know Prabhu Jam be